What's up, nerds? Continuing Symphonia. It's been decent so far. Maybe I'm just in the mood for a 2D platformer. I mean, I don't think it's reinventing the wheel or setting the world on fire or anything, but I was expecting something a bit more like simple platforming with heavier focus maybe on presentation of the music and kind of the music flowing into everything. It's more actually platformer with just a heavy music kind of aesthetic. The art's nice. I think some of it runs together a little bit, but it's been a good time. I think for the length of it, I mean, it could be a cool thing. Kind of sucks you can't grab most of the side stuff the first time through. Apparently there's abilities we're getting the game said, but I mean, considering if you go off of this halfway, or a little less than halfway through the game. Don't know, we'll see if I want to go back through a lot of that. Yeah, it's been neat so far. I think I'm just in the mood for some jumping too. I think you can make the argument that all the extra R presses are kind of like anti-momentum at some points, but I think with the actual momentum of the jump thing, there's still plenty of kind of speed tech. Hopefully they add a couple of little things in as we go, but we'll see. I wouldn't call it schmoovin', but I wouldn't say it's not either. It's kind of like somewhere in between. Like there's just enough stop and go and kind of like weird cycles with checkpoint resets. But then you have stuff like this where you can kind of go at it. And I mean, it's a little different than your average just jumping, so I appreciate that. At this point, you know, 2D platformers, there's some really good ones out there, right? There's a lot of them. That's cool seeing like a different take of some sort on it. A subtle change can be pretty big. Really, I'm hoping for more good classical tunage, frankly. Turn it up a little bit on my end. Yesterday, kind of in the mood for sort of tune. Yeah, I mean, you could make the argument that maybe you should just be able to like hard connect to these by just jumping on them, but on the flip side, having the freedom to not hard connect means you have more of a range of movement and kind of control of what's going on. It just depends on the level design. Has cool moments where you wouldn't want that, like, you know, maybe instead of grabbing this, you know, one of those swinging things, I just want to fall through it. If it auto grabs on, that's a piece of level design where it always has to be, like, anytime you step on that area, you're kind of locked in, so. This has had more of like a, instead of freestyle platforming thing, it's a bit more you know, you're going on the set path, so we'll see. Maybe it would have been alright that way. Hold up. I've been checking for things to be doing this with. That's alright though. Off will be 100% anyways. I want to hear the music louder, not so much the sound effects. What is this? ability. Okay, so we don't have to finish the level to get it. Well, this is how we probably get into that one other area. What the? How did that pop up? And it just zoomed in my entire fucking screen by like 10 gazillion times. Is this Xbox trying to get control over shit? Where's the Steam? What is going on, dude? Alright. Probably shouldn't have an option to accidentally zoom in your computer by 10 million fucking times built into anything. Alright, shut that down. No, that's not working either. Fucking hate. Fuck Windows 11. Fuck things starting my controls up. Give me a minute. Things taking control over my fucking controller. I turn off game bar, I turn off the Steam shit, and still somehow, I don't know, after updates, you press just a button on the controller somewhere and it like controls some shit. You actually mouse over to zooming in on your desktop by like 1 million times. That's what's happening right now. Is everything is like hyper zoomed. Wait, here's a zoom thing. Magnify. Turn that off. There we go. Opened up a program to magnify. Holy fuck. What even did that? It's like, let me check out Game Pass here. That's funny. The recently added a Game Pass had Tony Hawk's 3+4 like last week. Then they just pumped it up to the newest edition again. I don't know if they put some money in that or re-uploaded it or what. Kind of scummy if they push it to the front just because it's more popular. Alright, let me make sure there's no fucking game bar bullshit. I have it off. Whatever. Let's just continue the game. Just make sure not to touch anything weird. Although we're probably gonna have to restart the... Oh no, we're still in. I think it's glitched though. Yeah, so this is a glitch, I guess. I played that song as I was picking the other thing up, so I can't press any buttons. Actually, I pressed X at the same time, I guess. I was like, why or some shit? I don't know. But did the menu as I was picking up the item. Alright. Let's forget all that ever happened. Perfect. We're right here. How did this ability work? Oh. It's kind of an air dash, but not quite. is that always went off? I feel like it's not. Sometimes I'll press it multiple times. It's a little awkward. Like you can't do it on a small jump. You have to hold it for a little bit. Which is... Why? Can I turn that off? You can't just tap it. You have to like hold it a little bit, which I mean I guess you're held into it anyways, but like why would I ever be pressing Y in midair and not want to be doing that? Kind of like slows it down. I don't know, maybe it'll feel better if I hold it. It'll feel interesting. Is that not enough to get over there? Can you spam it multiple times? I got all sorts of extra button presses. Unless we can get like higher up or something. Am I supposed to delay it to the last millisecond? And I don't know how much shit is actually like... doable now, necessarily. I don't know, I don't see that one. Unless there's some hidden tech. I'm just gonna move on. If I want to come back and get everything later, so be it, but... Really? found any of the spots to do the violin on. I'm singing. Oh. Thought we were singing. Where it is. What's an actual platform and what's not, man? I will press it like multiple times. It really should not be a hold button. Feels very odd. Just want to do it real quick and then your fingy's ready for the next thing. And it's ever so slightly a hold too. Weird. Not a game break or anything, but it's kind of odd. Yeah, I pressed it there and nothing happened because I just tapped it. And the hold means it doesn't start instantly either. There's just like a delay to it. You have to kind of like plan it out a bit. It's an odd feel, man. Not like, hear me wrong, maybe it's just like flying in the face of tradition, I don't know. And there's like an intuitive feel kind of missing from it where you press a button and nothing really happens, and I don't really see a good reason why. I'm gonna hold it for a bit. I'll get used to it, but I mean, not everything needs to come out immediately when you press a button. I mean, it depends on, I guess, what's being made, right? Some things, the slowness and not being instantly, you know, responsive. It's like in action games, right? You know, some people really like the, you'll cancel out anything super dodge heavy, but then you can't really make like a slower, methodical, or you have to kind of plan your movements kind of combat. So this isn't really that. This doesn't feel like it's kind of going for like a, like I'm playing fucking Tomb Raider or something. Feels kind of at odds, but maybe I'm crazy. The kind of difficulties coming from like, oh, I didn't see there's something there. What the? Like halfway. That's only the second one. What the fuck? It's weird because there's plenty of like good difficulty just in the level design. Feels like it's not that way to make it difficult. I assume it's that way just to make it feel a certain kind of responsive. Or, you know, you hold it and the animation makes it feel kind of like you're putting more effort in, kind of. I don't know. What's the point of this? Yeah, I pressed the wrong button and then I pressed the right button right at the end, but that's not enough time. I couldn't save it because of the hold. I mean, it was my mistake in the first place, but there's no coming back. And that wall jump is massive, bro. I was holding back the whole time trying to get back over there, but gotta get used to it. When you're on the wall, you can't like stab it. You have to like stab it before you come in. At least I think. Maybe you can hold it and then smack the side. Okay, looks like you maybe can. Figure since you're preoccupied you couldn't. Never mind. What? I wish the world reset on this cycle. Like a green one back there. It didn't even look like it was slimed, really. A little bouncy. Just kind of auto hop a little bit. Didn't know how far down I could smack. So you can't, you can smack from like up here. Hard to get a feel for like how far you can go. You just have to feel it out because there's not really like a, can't really like see it. You can't do that with the cord though. You have to land it already. Not too far. The checkpoint. Ooh. 3-door. That's a photo. Howdy. I bought refunded Eric's home. What is that again? The Stolen Dream. Isometric. Oh, yeah. We looked at this a little bit. This was at the, Summer Games Fest, right? What is wrong with it? Run like shit. Isometric narrative-driven stealth game. How does it mention the vibrant city of Eric's home? Yeah, I remember this one looking decent. From the Summer Games Fest, but just boring. Yeah, reviews are a little iffy. But the second half is a little better. So yeah, it sounds like one of those kind of like your Limbo likes these days. I shouldn't always say Limbo like, but it's just kind of what it is. Limbo has plenty of gameplay, but maybe something akin to like the cinematic platformers these days, where there's very light gameplay there just to show off art or show off a story. And sometimes that story ain't enough. It's a popular format. I guess I could see it working in like a somewhat higher budget stealth thing, but yeah, that's a shame. Let's see if it gets mentioned around anymore. How much did it cost? I didn't catch it on the Steam page. That's good you got a refund. Yeah, I'm 40. 3D graphics. Yeah, it seems like it's 10 hours. Put some halfway decent graphics in and fucking charge 40, dude. I mean, not that I'm completely against, like, I mean, if the game is like it's a great experience, it's like a tight, really packed 40, but I mean, sounds like it was mind-numbingly slow. Like, why not just have it when you're sliding, you just hold the direction you want to go? I mean, I guess that makes it easier, but like, there was a point there where like I just couldn't even time it at all because it just happened to be unfortunate. What is this fucking sound, bro? It's like clipping the audio. Or maybe it's supposed to be like a piano eating shit. To be like really low, I guess. Maybe you can hold some kind of like momentum there. Not for long enough. You have to get a lot on the bottom end. This could be another future ability I need where I gotta waste 3 minutes trying to do this, finding out. It'd be better just to come back later with something else. Oh, you can do it. Is this gonna be locked out though? Let's say I'm locked out. Good. Oh. Better to jump it. Unless I'm in a good spot to crouch it. So far what these have done, and I've only gotten one because a lot of these you just can't do yet, and I don't know if I will be replaying every level just to do it. And this is a very short game. But everything you've unlocked is like cool stuff, but like it's like gameplay variants, like slow-mo and double jumps, and it says it's not part of the game, but you can do it anyways. So I don't know if I want to be doing that. Get what I can on the way, and we'll see at the end. How would I know how to get in here? Oh wait, those are right there. Observe. Why they lock you into stuff for that long? I'm hard on for locking you into shit. Let me take a picture of this. Well, anything else on your radar, man? You're gonna play? I'll probably do the Lights of P DLC this weekend or something after work, but I'm gonna finish up Citizen Sleeper 2 after this today. Oh, really cool. That's the third one, the last one in the main series. Oh, we had to do that to get in here. Well, I mean, there's like a million spin-off sequel-y things, right? But like the core, like the one everybody knows, right? It's like Muv-Luv, like the school ones, and then the alternative. Look, man, there's a lot of Muv-Luv I know, but I thought that was like the original core Muv-Luv experience, man. I know there's like your photon flowers and all that shit. I don't know. I need Pang. He knows it's Muv-Luv. He's a Muv-Lover. That was just the, from what I understood, the main things I needed to be playing for Muv-Luv, but I don't know, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe the game has changed. Dude, the wall jumps are so fucking crazy. You go flying away like you're trying to like turn around and grab shit, and you're just like fucking launching them. I hate that time crap there too. Oh, cool. Hope you enjoy it. Oh, you know something already? I don't know specifics, but I know something, I think, in general. Dude, fucking hell. I wouldn't say a jank, it's just something that's like, man, you really gotta just hammer a feel out, man. Something that's kind of specific. Yeah. That's the one I'm thinking of, but I don't remember specifics. I just remember like a general vague. Checkpoints. I don't know who's involved. There's no what happens, I guess. It's one of those things I think people just... It's a popular CG to show. Or something. I keep pressing the wrong buttons. Anyways. Just in case we're not talking about the same thing, I won't talk specifics. Who knows, maybe there's a bunch of those CGs that are spoilery in that. Fuck there. That might have worked. Or maybe I'm supposed to come back to the other side. I don't know if you can actually hit that right. Once again, maybe it's some other ability that would help. If you can, it's extremely tight. That's low. Are the first two Mevlos pretty long for you? I've been meaning to play on myself. I guess I could just VNDB him. I trust VNDB. Okay, it's not too bad. Pretty short. Okay. Hitting the max jump, man. See, that was a lot of height. You can really hold down that jump button a long time, and then like you can hold the accordion, or the accordion, the violin bow just for a little bit. You get quite a bit more height from it. A lot of holding and waiting. I like you holding. And that was easily cleared. If I'm like stabbing this thing, if I'm supposed to be like just touching it. For some reason I thought I'd pass through it, not sure why. Hadn't happened yet. Why would it happen there? Is there something down here? Oh, that's just a string in the background. Thought I was on the ground, but I was on the wall. And if you wall jump, there ain't no coming back. You're fucking locked into this like giga jump. Oh, I just stopped my momentum completely there. I just barely was just moving. I guess maybe that's good to know. Damn, I don't think that's worth it. You might as well just go for the shot, man. And if you pull back, you stop pretty hard. If you just stop moving, you just keep going though. So I guess they want you to be pulling back instead of just letting it rock. Jesus. Doesn't help with that first blast. I mean, you're coming off of a wall, it doesn't help, but I guess once you've gone for a bit. I thought I'd have to fight the speed a bit, but I think it just kind of applies it the same way no matter what. I don't know, maybe not. Oops. Pretty much none of the music sections. Have I just missed them or what? I mean, they are just like slightly darkened places in the background. Don't plan on getting them all, but it'd be cool to kind of get some as you go. I mean, it's entertaining to grab. But they're definitely not kind of placed equally. I mean, we missed the first one, but the second one, I mean, there's quite a bit of level in between the two. Which direction am I going on that? There's a teardrop area up there. Let's see if we can get anything. Oof. Jesus. Launches up. jump there instead. Just a double tap to the trigger. Interesting, L and R can both be poke. And then A and B. The way to do the kind of like little spin in the air, can you not even map that? Okay, you can. Well, I'm kind of used to hitting the button at this point. God, I can't see what the fuck's going on down there. Fucking zoom out a little, please. I'm begging. I guess hitting Y is not really like that big of a leap. Because you're using R for jump most of the time. Okay, we can do that. There we go. Oh, we're getting all the coins. The coins aren't terribly hidden though. That was gonna change. They're just kind of inconsistent on if they will or not. Be shocked if we hadn't missed like 3 or 4. Just 1. Wow, that's crazy. They're very far apart sometimes. Go back through them. see. Can I even get to this? I don't think so. I doubt it. Now we gotta redo the whole fucking room. Please put more shit that requires later abilities at the very end of rooms you have to redo. The worst shit. Where's my momentum? Oh good, it saved that. Well, was there something above me though? That's the question. I don't see anything there. Seems alright. Yeah, if I miss a coin, I miss a coin, man. Like I said, I don't play on 100%. It's just kind of fun to grab them. But you can't get everything right away. But you can get most, so it's kind of like deceptive. I'm not sure how we would get up to that. I mean, I could turn on the double jump. I just don't know if there's much of a point.
Sloppy.
Hey, thank you very much. Appreciate you. See if we can make this jump here. Damn. If you get the max height, you really clear that shit. Thank you, Mystic Eggs. The aura has upgraded. Got more fireworks. The kids say I'm aura farming. Oops, I should have just dedicated. I backed off like a fucking pussy. Yeah, thank you again. Stay low here. Thought I was high enough. Hello? I can glitch the stream. fix that. Probably have to restart the game. Pausing not available. Yeah. Okay, we gotta cut the live. We're cutting the live. I mean, that's probably a pretty rare glitch to happen. And this game saves at every room, so every place you respawn from is where the game will reload from, so not a big deal. Good. Alrighty. What does that put us? We've actually gotten more of these do the little orchestra collectible than I expected. The only reason we missed a few in the last level was because they just straight up take your violin. Maybe they don't on the repeat. Supposed to be using this as cover. But I need, yeah, I was like, there's gonna be a moment I gotta get on top of it. Those explosions, man. I mean, at least we got the gold token. You really gotta like cut it at the angle here. Oops, wrong button. Dude, they really are gonna start you this far back. Oh, I don't know. This is like a completely different challenge. It does have odd checkpoints. I mean, it's not. I would not call it like a ball busting game, but there are times where you're like, why is it so far back? Right? I guess they like the stamina races, endurance tests. I mean, compared to like something older, it's not even close to being far back, but it just kind of feels like separate from that. Maybe these Celeste inspirations with the coins, I'm thinking it's going to borrow more from the checkpoint system, and then it's fine, it does. I don't think it's a big deal, but it's just kind of, I was just like, damn, that felt, even for this game, like it was pretty far back. Uno más. So that was in the foreground. And if you walk up while doing the violin, it doesn't work. You have to like see it and then press it. Surprisingly, I only missed 2. There's another teardrop as well, but some of those require like later shit. I don't know. Got a lot to play on if I want to end up going back through everything, but we don't have like that much to clean up in some of these levels. I'm kind of curious. We'll see after the last one, I'm feeling. Yeah. Thought I was gonna get a little bit more juice. I need to hold the A button down for like a solid second or two sometimes. Maybe not a second, I said a full second. Oh jeez. Let me guess. Somehow that's the hardest. I keep thinking you're gonna like get a little momentum from the movement, but you really don't get super quick with that. Oops. Thought that was already good to go. Jesus, thought I'd drop a little quicker. Maybe you can just go all out on this. Oh yeah. Now, once you start building some momentum, I don't know why it sounded like my balls just dropped. Why did you start building some momentum? You can actually just kind of skip a lot of shit. There's just not a lot of instances where you kind of get to test that. And a lot of the level design's a bit more like, allow that kind of freestyling. Maybe there is more than I think. So what is over here? Is there like something down there? Seems like a challenge. But I don't see any like reward off the top, so it's like, kind of hard to tell. There it is. Another duet. It wasn't a boss fight or anything last time. I was saying last night that surprisingly they have the balls to not turn this into a fucking rhythm game. You just kind of let the visuals rock, I guess. And the music. I'm sure some budget went into the tune, so. Maybe. The bravest indie dev. Ought to make it a rhythm game. And I think traditionally you'd expect some kind of boss or final segment in each level. Well, I imagine if you're not like into the tunes and you're just kind of like watching background elements slowly morph, you'd be like, that's it. But I mean, I obviously the name of the game and the visuals everywhere, you know, even if they can maybe feel a little samey because it's, you know, a lot of wood, you know, they're all themed on the instruments you're fucking around with in there. So it makes sense they would have, especially a game called Symphonia, just a few sections where you just focus on the tin, so. This tune a lot glass doors blocking path. Okay, just a hard key. Kinda lame. Squeeze a little more time out of you, but I get it. Alright. So we're going back. See what other rewards we get. Now we've done more. But it's just little bits of lore and stuff. I mean, the movement's fun. The challenges are fun. I'm enjoying it. I'm not like fucking like wah that I need to like go back and redo every little bit. But there's a temptation there. Just have to redo a lot of levels. Oh, this requires 2. There's 4 of these. If they're all game modifiers, I'm not like too dead set on it. Could go back to the first one and try to grab a locked one, I suppose. I don't know what collecting all the notes does. I wouldn't be surprised if there's like an unlockable bit of gameplay. I mean, it isn't the longest game. We could rerun through the original thing. Grab the last collectible and see if anything happens for 100%ing a level. And we get some tack. Remember how far in it was though. Just that I wasn't able to do anything with it. pass it? No. Probably this. I got this one. I guess there was 2 near the end. What kind of background the devs have in like sorts of tunes, or if they just like the tunes and kind of hired out some artists for it. Anything underneath? You see the light down there, and you're like, maybe there's something there. Ahead of myself. There it is. So now we can open these, I guess. I'm not supposed to be racing this. I think I made 90% chance you are, right? It's a slow moving platform and it's still moving after you think you're at the end. There's more, right? Very slow. I wonder if these can actually be on really bad cycles. That would be fucked, man. That's like platforming 101, like don't do fuck cycles that are like undoable or some shit. Like if it just travels with it or some shit, right? Kinda like right there. There's still a little bit of like it stood on the back. I would have had to like dodge from the back and then got on the back too. Okay, that platform was pretty clutch over there actually. That's probably how you make it happen. You just wait and make a big jump. Let's see what this other memory fragment does. If it's more like game modify shit, I got a lot to do, so I probably won't go all in on it. But we'll grab what I can on the way. Why not? And the levels being like over an hour long, a checkpoint at the very end when it's not even useful. Checkpoint at the very beginning, which that's fine, but there's really just one midpoint. That's kind of it. Some more gameplay variants. That's cool. I'm not like super gung-ho about doing it to unlock them because I won't be using them. You're just kind of doing it for the fun of the game. Like I said, I'll pick up what I can on the way. But I mean, there is that one gold note at the beginning of the second level. I could try grabbing that. Let me see what those do. We're kind of on track to get them all. No, this is actually not the very beginning at all. A little ways in. I don't know how far in though. I mean, the one I'm missing is the fourth one, so it's like... What is this? Doesn't show it. You better just start from literally the beginning. See, that feels like a secret area, but you can't like get back now, which kind of blows chunks. Oh well. Didn't plan on doing all those anyways. Just wanted that gold coin. We've passed it, I think, already. Well, we've seen 3 or 4 coins, and the 4th one we're supposed to be missing. No, maybe it's right here. It's possible that checkpoint was literally right at the beginning. That was interesting. I got him. Did you work that out? Yeah, I got work tomorrow. Not the day though. I did check Walmart yesterday. One of them. One of the big ones. I didn't check the one right near me. Maybe when I'm out tomorrow I'll check again. Although I feel like the weekend's a bad time to try to find one. For context, I'm talking about the Bitch 2. Thinking about find the dough to maybe buy that since I spend so much time doing video games. Might as well have one for future shit coming out, since it's kind of the the next thing for Nintendo. We'll see. At this point, it's mainly, it's not that I really need one right now, it's more that I'd be worried they're gonna be sold out for like a fucking year at this point. Oh really? Yeah, I need to check the online more. I did one of the days, but I haven't checked it all today. I should. I just don't want to take the work whip out for something like that. I wouldn't care at all. Yeah, I physically went to a few places after I was finished doing shit yesterday. Then I checked online the day before that. Checked a GameStop, a Best Buy, a Walmart, and a Target. Yeah, trying to do like an Amazon or something might be the way. Need to double check me bills just to make sure I got that cushion. But I got the funds. I should get it before it's very difficult to. I don't mind playing Bonanza and Prime 4 on a better setup. I'm not too worried about air riders and all that shit, but especially 2 was at least on display when I spotted it here. Yeah, I saw them when I was in Finland with you guys, which was funny. I was like, oh man, I'm not gonna try to get that through customs or some shit. But yeah, not so much out here. I was in some places and people were asking right in front of me. Got a GameStop. Although GameStop's probably the last place I'd expect to get one, since that's the first place people probably would check. Including your scalpers. We'll see. I'm not like in a giga rush. I mean, it's always good to keep saving up more dough. I mean, I only really spend anything on food and rent. Don't have much to spend. So I could live waiting, but it'd be nice to have it. Could use more GameFly stuff. Or that disappears. I don't want to be spending $80 on a fucking game. If I can help it, man. If GameFly ever dies, I gotta switch to in like a year, and then GameFly dies. I just end up not playing anything on it anyways. What at? More tech. What the? Oh yeah, that's a pretty big deal. Crash said any direction, didn't it? I guess not. Any of 4 directions. I was considering, like, would I want to not get the Mario Kart bundle if it meant I just got one at all? They were, like, rare enough. And I mean, let's say $50, but it's like, wouldn't I want to play Mario Kart? I mean, of course. But if I just rented it and then just played it, like, once, would that be enough? Would I really play it all the time? Like, probably not. Would it be kind of goofy to have like 0 games on the thing that I own? I mean, that's pretty much on my Switch. I have like 4 or 5 games I actually bought on the Switch. Over what, like 8 years? Otherwise, most of it's rentals. Oh yeah, I keep forgetting I have this. Yeah, I didn't even touch the start button. And then over here. Two. Suction. Is that a secret place? Oh, hello to everyone. Yeah, there was a couple display cases when I was out, but sadly about everything was pulled out. Of course, the perfect timing. What is this? Oh, they did want me to do something with it. That's what I was trying to do, is grapple to it, but I think they might have wanted you to like stab it, I'm not sure. where we came from. Of course. Going back, brother. That sure didn't look intentional. I'll take it. Yeah, won't even grapple on. You've already started it. Shame. He's gotta let it out, man. Here we go. It pisses you off. What the fuck, man? What? I know you don't like this kind of music, but what's the problem? It's fine, I mean, it's enjoyable. It's not like best in class or some shit. It's trying to mix up the mechanics, but sometimes I feel like they don't feel smooth as they could be. Sometimes it can visually feel the same, you know? The rooms are not the same. I think that's just the visuals talking. They look samey. It's the art style, man. I mean, I like the music just fine. That's just you just don't like the genre. It's a nice little, somewhat kind of challenge-focused platformer. I don't think much more. I don't think much less. You get some upgrades, some new stuff unlocked, but it's nothing like crazy and. Not like there's any crazy big set pieces or any kind of cool ultra creative platforming shit. Just kind of playing with the mechanics and throwing a spin on it here and there. Not really super fair to compare it to like some God mode platformer when those have been around. It's been a very competitive genre. A lot of super greats for a long time. It's still fun. You're just looking for a little platform where you don't like classical music. I think you could do a lot worse. But I mean, I get like not being into the style and all. Right? It's just not your thing. clearly it's not a lot of people's things. I mean, I don't know if this game has done well at all. I think it's got like 70 something reviews on Steam. On Game Pass, but... Like, so going into it, I expected the music to be a lot, almost like kind of the Rayman Legends Origins, like musical levels and stuff, where it's almost like auto-platformer type of timing sheet. It's actually more just kind of like traditional, kind of sort of challenge platformer. Just with the symphonic musica style attached to it. Am I starting to hide these now? I wanted to get all the golds, but this one's off in fucking another world. Yeah, that's kind of more my thing, is sure everybody knows classical music and stuff, but that's not necessarily like a big draw, you know, these days. It's just kind of there. I mean, everything themed around like being the inside of like a instrument or just kind of instrument stylized, and then being a... Yeah, that's why I said it was brave of them to have the end of each level, instead of being a boss fight with a rhythm game, just being the music with the little thing you watch. Because this feels like the kind of game that would be almost like a rhythm platformer, like an auto runner, you know, that kind of style, right? To go with the kind of classical music. But it's just a classic, like not classic in controls, some of it's unintuitive, but you start to get a feel. I wouldn't call it the most movement game, but it's going for, you know, it's not a Metroidvania, which is usually probably, you know, a safer pick. It's not a rhythm game, it's just like a somewhat, you know, they're not going for blistering hard precision platformer like pixel platform, but like in that vein. I was wondering that earlier. I was like, I wonder how much of a, you know, yeah, because I mean, classical music and like the aesthetic, you know, the old school, big wig kind of, you know. What do you call it? Associated with classical music, where, you know, it's for the intelligent kind of thing. I don't get that vibe from this. It's not really very preachy, and it's got like goofy little cartoon guys in the back. But I do wonder how much it's just like somebody's just like a fan of the music, or yeah, is it? I mean, on the very most negative end, like, are we picking like classical stuff to look kind of where like it's more of like a classy game? But I don't know. I'm not with the gamey jumping around. I feel like it. If you were going for aesthetics and trying to be cultured, I would expect it to be more like a Limbo, like cinematic platformer type of thing, right? Like this feels too gamey to be like that cynical. No, I mean I wonder if, and I don't think this is a bad thing. You know, I wonder if they have like a history of like the music and stuff, or if that's something that they just like the music and it's got like an orchestra to do the tunes for it or something. Who knows? Because I mean, I could see, you know, being into the style of music, but just not knowing how to play. Right? I don't know if that's quite what's going on here, but I know what you mean. Sadly, there's like a base of culture of people that maybe can kind of poison the watering hole in a way. Maybe not the watering hole, but this doesn't feel like that, where somebody put like some Bach song to some like epic, like pretentious like monologue about X and Y and all that. I mean, it's just there's just a bit of some visual theming, there's some tunes, and you're just platforming, man. It's an interesting mix in that way. And it doesn't come across as anything quite that jaded. I mean, who knows if it was made with that, but I'm not gonna assume something I have zero zero clues about or reason to believe. Okay, this might take us to that other old coin. I don't know actually much about the devs at all. I was gonna look them up yesterday because I usually like to do that beforehand. Feels like a game that I'm gonna find there's like no other games on their list. Yeah, on Steam. This be it. No, it's got 189 reviews. Because the story's not even really wacky. It's like this is a world of Symphony, and there's the four like giga members of the the big band are gone or depressed or dead or something. Who knows? And you're just getting them back together. Like maybe you get into some goofy messaging, but it's very simple. And I mean, it might as well be a fucking Mario story. So. Who are the dead? Honey Peak. I don't know. Mysterious Paris Paris. Their first game. I'm gathering. The debut project. This interviewer seems pretentious. It's not really the dev at all. Originally a student project. Tale as old as time. Not a bad thing. That was fucking Outer Wilds, and that's one of the best games in the business. So the musical stuff came after the gameplay. Apparently. It's centered around a tool that allows you to attach, catapult, and bounce off the ground. I don't know if it quite has that feeling of like physics behind it, but that is definitely what's going on. I think of it less as like a tool I'm using to do those kinds of physicsy things. Kind of just like a slightly different way of doing, I wouldn't say traditional gameplay shit. It's cool. I mean, it's definitely unique enough in the grand scheme of all the platformers out there. Apparently they released some student games on itch.io and GOG. Was it the same game? Has this been on GOG for a while? Maybe a different game. Anyways, I'm not gonna read the whole thing right now. Cool. Well, I mean, hopefully it does well for him. For a debut game, I mean, crispy enough. Really? Just barely couldn't make the jump. Do some waiting. That type of person who does take, like, you know, is it more of a type of person, like a subgenre of person, a subgenre, subculture person, or it's like classical's like cultured? Is that, would you blame like mainstream media for like the depiction of like old classical tunes, or you know, the sophistication of like the era, I guess, in like popular media and shit? Go with the tunes, or like the skill involved? And it's not, I don't think it's like a big thing to have people who are take it more as like a some kind of like faux aesthetic than actually who are into the music and the all that stuff. But like, I don't think it's like that common anymore. I don't think it was ever some kind of craze, right? Just a different flavor of hipster or some shit, right? And I'm just talking about it in general, not this game at all. I'm just, Cold Steel 2 next. Counter-Strike 2, bro. Definitely not Citizen Sleeper 2. There's too many CS2s. This game's been fine, I think, for a first project. It's... I don't think it's a platformer that's gonna, like, blow you away. I mean, the production value is cute, but it's not like, you know... With some of your big boys out there, like your Tropical Freezes and some of those later Raymans and some of your, you know, your Celeste and all that kind of crap in the indie world, I don't think this is gonna, like, blow those out. And I think it's far less focused on music woven into the gameplay than you would expect. It really is just like a somewhat kind of challenging platformer with a, like, orchestral music skin. But I mean, it's fine. If you're just, like, in the mood for this kind of platformer, I mean, I've been playing it for 4 hours total, and I think we're on the last level. It's not, like, super long. I mean, maybe there's, like, a level after these, but... kind of just, like, a harmless, clean little platformer. I wouldn't go as far to call it, like a pixel platform or anything. Like, it's not, like, ultra difficult, but... definitely a little touch of challenge. Some of the movement, I feel like, is borderline. Seems like it's maybe not intuitive, but really, once you get a feel for it, it's fine. It's one of those where it's like, there's a lot of extra button pressing or, like, holding things for a little longer for moves that are, like, feel like this move, you have to hold it for, like, half a second instead of just, like, tapping it. It's kind of odd that there's just, like, little things like that where it's, like, not a big deal at all, but, like why does it not work with just a tap? It's literally just like a Mario Galaxy type of, like, spin. So there's, like, little things like that that I think keep it from feeling like giga smooth, but there's momentum in this. There's little speed strats. I don't think the level design really facilitates too much freestyling, but I don't know. I'm rambling on, but that's because I haven't quite thought too much about it yet. I think if you're not into the aesthetics and the music, there's still, like, a competent platformer here. And that the length is probably gonna do it some favors, I'd imagine, but yeah, it's fine. Solid. If you're in the mood. I mean, if you've never played, like, a platformer, I mean, yeah, it's probably not, like, the first one I'd recommend, but that's not really, like, a fair thing when platformers are probably, like, the most overabundant genre. It hasn't gone away as being seen as culture, it's not really dwelled on anymore. It's, I think it's just a cliche now, yeah. That's probably makes no sense. Yeah, that's what I was kind of interested in it for, is that it is kind of unknown, that it kind of in the mood for a platformer. And I was kind of in the zone to kind of listen to this type of music. Although I would say surprisingly, the music is not, well, it's a big deal aesthetically, it's really not, like, not much else going on there. Which is fine. Like I said, it was almost brave of them not to have, like, rhythm game elements in this, because I feel like that would be, like, the indie thing to just, like, do. Like, have, like, a rhythm speed section or something. Maybe there will be later, but... yeah, Rayman will be DLSD. I was thinking of, like, I think Origins and Legends have the bongos. Origins and Legends, or especially Legends, has a lot of, like, musical platforming sections too. The bongos. Yeah, I love those. I want to play Rayman 1, but it seems like pure torture. Yeah, well, Rayman 1 seems like CBT, like, incarnate. And being really used to the movement of nowadays platformers, going to Rayman 1 where you unlock the ability to like run or something would be pretty fucking intense, man. But it seems really cool. I'd like to play it. Soulful, yeah. I think when this game starts, it's mechanically interesting enough, but now that you've started to get a little bit more actual abilities, near what I assume is the end here, it holds its own a bit better. Oh, wasn't expecting that. There's a few checkpoints and stuff here and some moments of waiting that... Oh, you can't use the grapple there. And some inconsistencies that maybe it could be like, I don't know, like grind it out a bit, but... Or just like, you just don't know what's gonna happen, stuff like that. It isn't like the worst thing, but sometimes it's kind of like, alright. Little moments here and there, I think they kind of add up, but I don't think any of it's like a game breaker. I think I need to get above it, maybe? Trying to get all these coins. Alright. Just for fun. This game has unlockable, like, cheats, which is kind of cute. I mean, it makes it so that you don't really care about unlocking them for the sake of, like, unlocking things you can use for fun, but it's kind of cute that, like, it's there. Like, you can unlock game speed, slow down and up, and double jumps and stuff. And I mean, it's a cute little bit of extra replay value, I guess. I mean, since it's not really changing the base game, unless you just want to turn them on, it's like, eh. Manual. Automatic. I wonder if I would rather change that. Probably a cheap way to kind of add some unlockables, right? And it's just like a cheap menu. Which is fine. I like that. I don't... It's more fun to get them for the challenge of it, the completionism, than for what they give you. Like, you unlock more of these background elements, and it just makes like your violin thing a little fancier. I don't know what happens when you get all the gold coins. We'll find out, hopefully. These gravity things have only been in like one challenge up to now, and not in the main areas at all. It's a little weird to get used to. to grapple onto the side, but I think there was probably enough room to just throw in some challenges without the gravity thing, but I mean, I guess it's cute in there. I don't know if we quite needed this yet, but well, not expect to be able to make it up through that. Rayman 1 is the only 2D one until Origins and Legends, right? Or did they do like some other 2D platformers? This 2 was the 3D. I played 2, right? I don't know if I played 3 though. Frankly, I just don't remember much of 2 at all. Was it The Great Escape? Or was it kind of just played? I was like, yeah, this is cool. And then I never thought about it again. Only 2D mainline one? Okay. We didn't miss any stuff just now. Oh, really? I didn't know if they had one of those like isometric, like adventure platformy ones like the Banjo-Kazooie. Tilda's Revenge, it was kind of not that great. The banjo head wasn't that great. Secrety. Yeah. I'm surprised all the secrets in this zone have been gravity things. Not just spicy platforming. How did that not hit, man? Oh, Jesus. Oh, really? The Super Mario Bros. 2 lost levels. And fucking, Rayman. Weird doing the platforming like this for so long. Is there like a ROM hack modding community for Rayman 1? I mean, I'm sure there's like a few, but I wonder if it was like a thing at all. God, Rayman Legends is 2013. Ah! I am becoming very old. That's scary. And the funny thing is that is still one of the last like, would you call it AAA platformers? The closest thing to AAA platformer, right? Like probably one of the last 5 or 6. I mean, Donkey Kong Country Returns was before that, probably. Tropical Freeze, New Super Mario Brothers Wonder, U. I don't know if I'd count Luigi U. The 3DS one, and I mean, we're talking. I New Super Mario Bros. Are those even really? I mean, those are pretty fucking weak, man. I mean, other than Tropical Freeze, and depending on when Returns came out, I mean, that's pretty much it for me. But maybe Wonder. It's just not a genre that budget is thrown at. You see bigger budget Metroidvanias these days, like Dread and Lost Crown and all that stuff. Funny enough, Lost Crown is by the Legends crew. And I think the Legends crew is like fucked now. I mean, if you're with Ubisoft, you're just fucked in general, but... Seemed like they were making a whole lot of games anyways. Now that Ubisoft's like split into like a sub company that they just announced, another Guillermo is going to be heading up, like his son or some shit, for the small games. I was like, you know, that's gonna be a fucking failure and a half. The entire point of it is that Tencent wasn't going to invest in the small games. They only wanted to invest in like Assassin's Creed and like some Tom Clancy shit. So they like did a company split thing where it's only the big games are Ubisoft and the other ones are like a subgroup of Ubisoft or some shit that don't get that funding. And it's like, hey, man, this is some high level like company food going on here to try to like retain ownership and then also like just scrounge up like any kind of survival something. I don't know. Ubisoft's been kind of a nightmare for a while. Most of their games are fucking shit. Very little ideas. I feel like only Lost Crown was the only thing worth a shit that I cared about from them in eons. But I don't expect much else from this, because it feels like them essentially saying we're done with all this other small crap, but we don't want to completely just sell it or something. Puzzle thing on. We just need to go along the bottom. Oh. Looks like you could just make it. Expansion with 60 levels. Rayman creator. Rayman by his fans. Okay. Kind of like with some of the Doom shit. The ass Doom shit. Final Doom. Whoa, Final Doom, whoa. Well, maybe that's something cooler than Final Doom. These letters, first letter I've gotten. I guess there's hidden letters in places too, huh? Lore. Can't say I'm too worried about it though. Kinglet. Yeah, I wonder how those levels are. So there's... Why is my dude jiggling so hard? The gravity shit, I guess, is fucked. I would imagine their ass. The time, how few, like... people probably had access to those kinds of tools and had any, like, know-how on the level design. But yeah, I guess there is a whole... yeah, I mean, fan-made community thing going on. I wonder how the actual expansion is. I don't know, it's like, I mean... I would like to see them at that in that time period, 'cause they clearly have evolved from it, but like... See them try to their hand at like a second game instead of just kind of more levels on the first one. I mean, obviously they continued it on with Origins and Legends, but... That's kind of a different ball game. Yeah, that's my thing, is like, I'm looking forward to playing it, but I don't ever hear anybody talk up like the level design or anything like that. Or yeah, just like the soul or how hard it fucking was. This like constant jiggling is kind of funny. Whoa. Man, this shit's broken as fuck. Is it fixed now? So I've had like 3 or 4 glitches in this. And 2 of them I had to turn the game off and on for. Not a huge deal, but it does kind of have like that going on. Just like a little bit of scuff. Just like here and there, right? Like just not enough movement. Just enough glitches here and there. Not always like the most like psychotically enjoyable levels, but like it's cool. Like it's a fun enough thing, but am I supposed to be memorizing these? 1, 3, 4, 2, 5. Are these just for fun? Something going on above us? Great. Well, then the camera doesn't scroll down until I'm pretty much touching the spikes, man. We've not missed anything useful. There's been a lot of like extra paths to take. So I'd like to get all the gold coins because I've kind of just been at it already. So. Might as well finish the fight. This level has a lot of kind of like going back through stuff kind of shit. Thought that would go farther. I would say most of the gold coins have not been what I'd say hidden. Yeah, like this level has a lot of going backwards. Also brave to have you go backwards through stuff, and it's pretty much identical. I think it's easy to be like, oh, it's padding, or you know, trying to squeeze out a little bit more game time out of that kind of thing, but I don't know. I don't think it's that often. I don't think it's that interesting either, but especially for a shorter game. But it's pretty harmless. It's like 20 seconds here and there. A single coin in there, I feel like we missed one, but I don't know if I want to go back through any of this level. I have 4 coins left. Because they already have the goop for like finding hidden shit, and then the tiers or whatever, and I guess the letters. Kind of hoping the rest would always be kind of in the coins would kind of be in your sight, be more about the gameplay challenges. But. Oh, I see it up there. Hidden away. I don't know if you can actually make that. I think you need to just drop down. Yeah, that dev left Ubisoft a good 5-6 years ago, I thought. First off, Harold was the fucking guy who did the music for Beyond Good and Evil, but it's the same guy with Beyond Good and Evil. He's the creator of Rayman. Michael Ansel. I thought he was doing like zoo shit since then. Maybe even during all that, I don't know. Seems like one of those guys that probably all the goofy Ubisoft shit just called it good, man. There's supposed to be some drama with him too, but I don't know if any of that ever stuck. If that was just like reaching for more story beyond guy who's been at a company since the beginning gets tired of what company is now. I mean, Beyond Good and Evil 2 still is technically in development. The longest developments ever, but let's be real, the state of like Ubisoft, I mean that game's probably dead as fuck. Or it's just gonna be repurposed to something else. I don't know if they're taking government grants for that shit or whatever, like they were with Skull and Bones. Where they kind of like have to get it out. Oh, really? You can't go through that? Sometimes there's spike things like that, that if you do a spin in the air, turn into unspiked things. So I was like gonna try it. And I wish they kind of looked a little different. I do think that's really crazy with this game. Well, not really crazy, but... So, a lot of platformers will restart the world cycle when you die. This game does not. I don't think it's like a worst thing ever type of deal, but it's a little odd. Am I supposed to take this back through, or is that like a bit of side shit? Yeah, I could definitely walk back through here. Okay, it is side shit. Cause like if there's like a flow to like the world and like a pattern you want to be on, it's like what, Super Meat Boy? That was I guess one you could point to. It's like dying. It's like, yeah, you know, it's gonna happen, but getting back on at least so that right when you're moving, you're back on the like pattern of the world or whatever would be cool. I mean, it doesn't have to be that way, I guess, but something I always kind of appreciate if there is that kind of gameplay to it. I have no idea what the pattern was. Wrap, left, clear, fluffy head. Yeah, there's even the wrapped, or the full cover one is not a different way it can like face. I don't know, the right one. Bullshit. Oh, okay. My god, there's only the one. Unless I forgot this isn't right, but possible. This is side ship. It has the vibe of side ship, but I don't know if it actually is. Camera. Thought there'd be something up there. That's the foreground cutting out part of the playing area. Thought it was like a gap. Let's hope we didn't miss any coins. It feels like we would at this point, though. Well. Okay. Like on the checkpoint and everything, it didn't count it as grabbed. Very jank on that one. They're having me go back over here. Man, what's up, man? Jesus, dude. I'm gonna go flying off of that thing. What the fuck? Like I don't think I've gotten that much ever. Which is odd. Maybe it's just because I'm upside down, it seems weirder. It's kind of a shitty coin. You think just getting through the to a literal checkpoint would be enough. Going backwards through some platforming. Again. Why does it not work by just standing over here? There we go. Okay, we haven't missed any according to that. Weird that it didn't work by standing over here. More wacky doing it that way. It's not a secret. I mean, since I just have this, they could require it in the main area. It is. Is any video VT bullshit going on here? Does anybody even know what that's from anymore? Benny videos. I think of BBB or whatever. I'm just thinking like that's a really early like indie craze era game that had like some legendary falling spike pit moments, but it's probably not the best idea to reference that with spike pit bullshit. Because I mean, do people? Has that game had any kind of like lasting outside of like your early Twitch, early like indie boom kind of stuff? Like I don't see that game talked about or played really at all. I don't see it just pop up, right? I mean that goes for a lot of platformers, indie platformers. What the fuck, dude? The camera hasn't even like fucking zoomed in. VVV, or whatever, the 6V game, where you flip the gravity back and forth. Like he was in like other games a bunch, like as like a guest character, but there was like influence. I feel like in the early indie boom kind of days, or more so on probably Twitch than anything. But I don't think that has survived at all. I don't think that was ever big enough. Like I don't see anybody even talk about it, let alone play it anymore. It was a cool game. Good music. Worth playing. I don't remember what else they did. Oh, they did Dicey Dungeons? Oh, one sec, I'm gonna check Amazon for something here. Oh, it's still available by invitation. Yeah, it is kind of a relic at this point. Really not even that many reviews, but for the time, I mean, what, 6K? 6, 7K? Not crazy, but Harry Confidant. Bro. Yeah, Dicey Dungeons. Oh, they did Super Hexagon. That was the other one. A couple years after. That one chick's like GBA music. Dicey Dungeon 7 years after that. Oh, 2025, Terry's other games. And I guess he made like a collection of little games he's done since then or during that. That's cool. Yeah, it really is like a relic of that time. Because I mean, sure, there was indie stuff probably before it, of course. I'm not saying VVV is like the forefront, but I mean, it wasn't that like initial PC boom. I think you can attribute a lot of that boom to like XBLA, some of arcade stuff, and then Steam kind of growing, and a lot of the PC exclusive type of stuff that was starting to pop off. Not attributed, but just kind of like those. That was when it was happening. I think the XBLA thing is probably, I've always kind of pointed to that as one of like the big moments of like indie gaming becoming a little bit more mainstream and then a little more profitable, right? I feel like just at that time, the tools though are probably getting better. The gaming as a whole is getting larger where, you know, like I said, you can get enough people to probably play an indie game to fund it. And there's starting to be a bigger divide, right? Like, I mean, way back in the day, it's like, there's only so many people making games, like a single game, right? Like stuff like Majora's Mask was made in like a year. Where like now, it's like to make a game at the forefront of the industry, which you would consider, I guess, AAA, right? You know, I don't consider that the case really, but like, I mean, you know, in a way, right? In terms of like pushing technical boundaries, maybe, I don't even know. At this point, it's hard to say, but you know, hundreds of people, maybe even thousands. Like that divide, I think, in the 360 era, especially started to get bigger. There's more of a desire for like creative, smaller, ballsy games. The tools are a bit better. Companies are putting money into making them noticed, like XBLA shit. Digital storefronts are becoming big, right? And not just on PC, which was very niche. At that point in 360 era, people were saying that PC was fucking dying. Like, so that obviously is not the case anymore. And I feel like you could probably give shit like Minecraft and League of Legends fucking credit for a lot of that, right? But and obviously Steam in general being like a good deal and having so many games that only can be on PC or only realistically will release on PC because it's just harder to release, especially back then indies. Now it's like you have even smaller outlets like itch.io that for even more fringe shit. Peak of gaming journalism, small games could get more attention. Yeah, I mean, that's when I really started paying more attention to gaming journalism. I might have just been the age to start caring about that kind of thing, but yeah, I mean, nowadays it's like a much more shaky, dying thing with streamers and YouTube stuff being mixed in there and like different degrees of quality and loudness. I feel like back then, while it was still at its pitfalls, there was definitely better representation of like a lot of different games. Not better, but like at that point, there wasn't as many indie games probably coming out, so like a lot of the big ones or interesting ones kind of stood out. And affordability, for sure. They were all like what, $5 to $20. I can't point to many indie games at the time that were more than $20. Like XBLA type of ones, right? I mean, maybe there's like AA shit that was kind of out there that was like mid-range, but yeah, I don't know. It's interesting. But it's just interesting seeing those games that are like, you know, in that era. Even if it wasn't XBLA stuff, but just like in the era. kind of like disappear. Like, not even because they like suck or anything, they're just things back then that you're like, man, you know, this is... It's not like VVV was like unholy great or anything. But you're like, you know, hey, this is a big deal, right? It's a big deal on these places for me, like streaming places, and, you know, pretty quality, like, quality indie thing with a cool idea and nice music and shit. And like, that'll kind of be talked about, you know, maybe a little bit here and there forever, but not even. It's like Braid, right? I mean, people know Braid, and I wouldn't say it's as forgotten as like VV, but like, look how like poorly Braid, like the remaster thing did. There's just not like a fucking appetite for it. I mean, you could also just, maybe it's not a good remaster because who fucking cares? You just play Braid, right? Braid still holds up, and it's just one of those things where it's like, gaming has gotten so exponentially bigger, and the like younger generation's tastes and what's like at the forefront, like live service, free to play type of stuff, has gotten so like strong. Like, it's like there's just a lot of like even just traditionally popular games that probably just are pretty unknown, right? I mean, the market for people who do just buy single player stuff and play them obviously is still strong. I mean, otherwise people wouldn't make anything or couldn't make anything. So even that's bigger, but even then, I mean, in that kind of crew, like, you know, more like really, you know, people who play too many games like here, even then, it's like, I'm not talking about PvP much. So there are some that just kind of disappear. Yeah, Fez. I mean, really, the only thing you hear about Fez is like still the drama. I mean, I never even played Fez. I still plan on it, but yeah, Fez was one. I mean, there's some from that era that still survive, like Isaac and shit. But Isaac is like the granddaddy of like roguelike bullshit. So it's not too surprising. And it gets continuous expansions. But I don't talk about Isaac and like on its own merits much because I don't really care for Isaac that much. But that was an even bigger thing. But like a FTL, stuff like that, that was big at the time. I mean, you see FTL referenced as like a... when you see some of his other games pop up, like Into the Breach and shit like that. I wouldn't call that as forgotten as like a VVV, but like that has like very little... Maybe it has influence on other devs, but very little like who's playing FTL, right? Yeah, it's definitely more so. It's probably not the best example. What are some good examples of like pretty much just like forgotten but at the time were like big like indies? Cave Story? I think Cave Story, while it has like almost next to no like big like conversation around it, is still mentioned as like the originator for a lot of people of like indie stuff, and it's had enough remakes where it's like it's kind of there. I don't know if I would go as far as Cave Story. I definitely think Cave Story is probably underplayed. I imagine your average Joe maybe could point to it as like an old school like indie originator type of thing, but I imagine a lot of people haven't touched the thing. And that's kind of why we have FTL as well. Like Isaac, I feel like gets played probably still. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, Dust Force, that was kind of big for a bit. I don't think anybody knows what Dust Force is anymore. I think Dust Force is just too hardcore anyways. I don't know if that even hit like super popular indie world in general just because of how heavy duty it was. His music, Lifeform's music probably became more of a thing. Yeah, I think VVV was a bigger thing at the time. I mean, there was like big streamer shit like I want to be the guy, I want to be the Boshi or something, but that's kind of different, I feel like. I've been here. What is this? I gotta take a piss. I don't think... I think Spelunky still kind of exists for sure. Stuff like La Mulana's always been like kind of like a steady cult classic just because of how unique it is. I think Spelunky still very much exists. Obviously, Minecraft still exists. That's probably like your best example of like an old school Giga Indie that very much exists. Terraria, yeah. Oh, there's 2 doors. No wonder I don't know what's going on here. I don't think Aquaria, despite being made by the Spelunky guy, was ever big, right? I played Aquaria way after the fact. I don't think it's very good, but it was a big deal, I think, critically and just kind of for how early it was, but I don't think it ever really hit big time. Let me take a quick piss. You can keep talking, I'll follow up. What thought did you have? Yeah, that's I mean, it's like, I mean, it's just us getting older, but like instead of like rock music, it's like video game music, right? Yeah. I mean, you're gonna start seeing people, instead of like, you know, pointing to like Mario Brothers or some Atari stuff or arcade stuff, it's gonna be like, you know, or pointing to like, even at like, you know, early 3D shit, it's like people are gonna be pointing to like, I mean, you already see it with the 360 gen, like nostalgic 360. Like 360 is like, you know, starting so many things, right? But I don't know. I'm actually curious how much nostalgia there will be. Like will it be as like fervent as like you get with some people like Nintendo in the States or like Sony stuff, when AAA and the cynicism and of nowadays, and with the companies and some of the live service stuff, like maybe I'm just jacked into that discourse, so it's like it feels more like that. But is there like, is gaming too big? And is there too much jaded cynicism about certain parts of video games to like have the same level of like, I mean, there's always nostalgia, but like even back in the day, you weren't always having shared experiences, but you would have more, right? Like, maybe not, I don't know. I mean, there are more and more games coming out. That doesn't necessarily mean there's an even split of people. I mean, most people are playing like live service type of, like your Fortnites and shit. You just go by raw numbers, but yeah, I don't know. I'm curious if there will be nostalgia for like what we're in right now compared to like the nostalgia that maybe somebody feels for PS2 or maybe NES or SNES or something. Is there something different, right? It's not always equal levels of nostalgia. Like, is there something that's changed enough? Well, indie games, yeah, and indie games in general take over on that front. I mean, there you go. Yeah, I guess there always is something like that. Yeah, Undertale, Terraria. I think definitely more indie stuff you would see probably nostalgia. I mean, there's people nostalgic for Assassin's Creed still. I mean, the thing is, what's funny about Assassin's Creed is it's hard to be too nostalgic for it because it's really been very samey for like decades now. Yeah, I think big, like really good stuff like that, there'd be nostalgia. But I mean, back in the day, everybody had different tastes too. But like, there was a good chance, like, if you owned like an N64, you played Mario. You know, if you owned like a PlayStation, you probably played like FF7 or something. You know, there's just some of those games. Like, is there like that kind of thing nowadays with how like spread everything is? And I don't know. I mean, they still sell a shitload, so yeah, why not? I don't know. It's hard to. It's really hard to get a grip on like the magnitude. Yeah, I mean, this Nintendo shit I think has stayed probably the most the same. I mean, stuff like Pokemon's probably dipped, but cultural relevancy maybe not. Persona, yeah. Yeah, that might be the case. I just do think there has to be a different level of nostalgia or a different amount of shared experience, but maybe the amount of players nowadays that can like have these kinds of conversations in our own little corners has remained unchanged or is like just as strong, but there's just like more people, and then there's just another subset of people, right? Because you could technically say there's bazillions of gamers because so many people are playing on their phones, but like that's like, it might as well be a different medium at that point, right? Like, somebody who's just playing Candy Crush all day probably has zero, like, crossover with one guy playing fucking Symphonia, right? Yeah, Pokemon is immortal. They'd have to really fuck it up, man. In a crazy fashion. And I think Nintendo would straight up buy them somehow or send assassins or something before Pokemon truly died. Yeah, and I mean, yeah, funny enough, all the games I feel like eat shit, there still exist enough, and you get enough like defenders of even just like really mediocre shit. Not even the worst stuff, but just even like the stuff. I think Arceus was shit, but you see so many people call that one good just because like some of the other ones around it are even worse somehow. I'm like, they're all shit, man. Like, there's just this defender squad for Pokemon, man. Nothing wrong with enjoying them, but it's like, until that, even that's gone, I don't think Pokemon is going anywhere, man. I mean, I thought the last few were irredeemable, but they still sell. So shit, they will give kids an open mind to judge old games for having worse games. Oh, are you saying like... Oh, are you saying like people will be more willing to have shitty graphics because Pokemon does it? I think that's something indies have kind of like helped with too. It's much more acceptable now. There is still your people who will be like, golly gee, those graphics, that's all I care about. Like some dude bro with like 2 brain cells, but like, I do think like the like rising of indies and that kind of stuff, it's more accepted. Now it's not the popular pick, otherwise AAA would not exist at all, but compared to how it used to be, right? And yeah, Pokemon probably looking like ass probably helps justify some of that shit. Old games that track as Pokemon lowered expectation. Yeah, maybe. I mean, that's what I'd love to see is more people dip into like older stuff, especially in the world of indies. It's just like there's now phases of indies and like legacy indies and nostalgic indies. We're getting into that kind of zone, right? But yeah, I think it's always good to go back and play stuff from all ages. Keeps the keeps those AAA people on their toes, and also gives you a better. I mean, you get it. I mean, there's great things that still hold up. Just because something's old doesn't mean it's bad, right? So there's great things that exist at all times, so you might as well go check it out. And then some time periods they're allowed to do more crazy shit or different kinds of crazy shit, depending on limitations. And I don't know what it takes to get more people to try more stuff like that. I'm not saying people shouldn't play new stuff. Obviously, I'm playing new shit right now, but what does it take for that kind of... I mean, people always desire the new, but in something like art, I feel like that doesn't matter as much. Like, it's still gonna be like the big money chaser, but how do you like kind of swing that a little bit, the weights around a little? Like now you can make a game with pixel graphics and it's like fine. Where like if you put a game probably on the PS2 with those kinds of graphics, people be like, what the fuck? Right? Like, what is wrong with you? Because at that point they're just going through the tech so much and upgrading so much, and everybody's so excited for like the future, and there's still plenty of cool experimentation that it's like now it's like people are like, you're hitting points of like diminishing returns, problems with big budget, low risk taking. Obviously there's nostalgia for old stuff, and then people start to understand the game design and see there's things that only that kind of stuff can do, or there's like an art style to it, and I feel like that's grown more accepted. Now the biggest money makers are still the high tech shit, although that could be a lot of it's just the they also have the biggest marketing. But that's what I'm saying, is it's okay to look like that. More than it used to be, right? I mean, it was okay on a handheld to look like, you know, an older game because it was a handheld, but like PS2 era, like it's hard to even point to a game that looked like it was, you know, like it could be older, right? I mean, that's pretty much just came back with indies. It was something people just wouldn't buy. I mean, maybe they would have, but nobody was doing it. And I definitely think there was more of like a graphics tech push then. I mean, there still is, but like that was like the predominant thing. I'm not saying like commonly that's how it is now. Maybe there's just enough kinds of people who play games where it's like more acceptable to have like different ranges of budgets and styles, but what? It just cuts back at a random point? That's cool, dude. Thanks, I guess. Kind of jank. That's kind of me. Like, just like dumb shit like that. Like, alright, like, kind of have to feel it out, I guess. I mean, I'm not exactly trying to make like a hardened point, I guess, but Because it's hard to really like say, oh, this is how things are when gaming is just growing way larger. And there's always so much shit in flux. But I don't remember when we were talking about this one. Because it's like, I gotta make sure, like, you know, my interest and where I am and who I talk to in video games isn't, like, kind of what clouds that. Because, I mean, mainstream is a completely different thing, right? Different style and what's popular there. But I think in general, because of indies and stuff. And I mean, the thing is, like, does that matter, though, also? It's like, gaming was like a fraction of the size it is back in the day compared to now. It's like, who's to say, like, you know, this subset of gaming can't just survive as is like it used to, right? There could just be the other types of, you know, standards and what's agreed upon type of shit. I mean, it all feeds into each other, though. It's like, yeah, Fortnite and all that just exists in a bubble in a way, but I mean, a lot of these things are ran by the same companies and stuff, so. Where the fuck do they want me to go there? I guess I'm curious where things will be in like 10 years. I mean, I don't think like gaming's going anywhere unless it turns into like fucking World War and people don't have the money or time for entertainment at all. But I mean, other than obviously some kind of psychotic thing, I think, yeah, AAA eating shit because no, I don't think there's ever going to be. There's always going to be a desire for like tech pushing scale, big stuff. But I think like it's already diminishing. I think your stuff like your GTAs will be fine. Like these huge like cultural event type of games. But I think the ability to just like put out an Assassin's Creed Shadow every year will stop happening probably. In the same context. Yeah, there's always a desire. I think maybe they'd start pushing different. I don't know. Either things. It's like. Oh, this is what they want. It's like things could be cheaper to make for sure. With like your AI pushes and all that. But it's like, are we really at a point where it's like having more games, more AAA slop coming out is like, that gonna work with how just flooded the market is already? It's like, I don't know. It's already didn't work with like stuff like Concord and like live service hero shooters. Like a rare one here and there, like Marvel Rivals, like survives. Yeah, oh yeah, nowadays, I mean, it's pretty common. I mean, it just goes to show how stupid that shit was, but I mean, the gaming culture has changed, I guess, too, because of it, but I'm sure the realism of graphics and stories and stuff has helped make games something people are willing to try, and then that in terms legitimizes the rest of it because people are get indoctrinated in a little bit. Who knows? I mean, there's still that kind of crap nowadays, just among people who play games, right? You know, you're playing the nerdy games, the goofy games, or something, but that's always existed, like gaming infighting. But yeah, I don't know. I mean, I don't see live service going anywhere unless there's some kind of like psychotic regulation or something. There's just too much money in it for how low the effort is. Yeah, I took it off my list, Goto. I was really interested in it as like a morbid curiosity because of the Pac-Man thing. I don't need to play a mediocre Metroidvania right now. I'd rather play some good ones. Unless it's like ultra short, but it's like, yeah, I'm good. But, I don't know. Yeah, I don't see AAA dying. But what I hope to see is like a little bit more Risk, a little bit more AA, a little bit more kind of budget stuff. Most likely what's gonna happen for a while is a greater consolidation of like major IPs with even more marketing budgets and mixed media kind of pushes, right? I mean, that's where like Ubisoft's trying to go. But I'm curious. Like Microsoft's trying to do like streaming stuff. They're trying to consolidate down like with like COD and all that. I mean, they still have a bunch of like indie little stuff too. It's just kind of, I don't know. I mean, I could see big like money people like Microsoft pull out of games a little bit. Like maybe not go as crazy on them. I don't know. I mean, the games make a lot of money, but it's like if there's less room for a AAA big money setup, like if Microsoft couldn't make money from AAA, do you think they would even care to try to make money from like budget stuff and like indies and AA's and shit? I mean, I guess they'd still maybe keep Game Pass or something, but who knows? And then like Sony's like only AAA big budget stuff. Hell, stuff like the Patapon remake and all that was like they didn't put their name on it, even though it's their IP recently. It's like I wonder. I feel like Sony Santa Monica, their next big game. I think Intergalactic. If any of those eat shit, I'd be very curious to see where Sony's direction's gonna go because their live service push is fucked. Like, yeah, Helldivers did fine, but like Destiny 2, Destiny 2 is pretty much dead. Marathon's looking like it's fucking dead before even existing. Concord exploded. Like, I don't know. It might be a case by case thing. I feel like the overall, yeah, trajectory will be crashing a bit because it already kind of is, but I don't know. Or maybe they'll just move away from the surefire bets and move to different stuff. Like FromSoft's still gonna be doing their shit. They still make a shitload of money. Maybe you're just gonna get a few indies or a few AA, more budget things that kind of just change the tune, and maybe you see a move away from like cinematic open world to other shit. Don't know. I don't know though. Pushing that more movie game style AAA is just such a surefire bet forever. I don't see that ever truly disappearing. I could just see the genre disappearing, but it's hard to imagine a world where AAA isn't a generally a third-person cinematic open world something or other, right? I mean, that's like the meat of like big AAA outside like your Nintendos and FromSofts. And FromSoft's not even AAA; they're pretty budget probably in the grand scheme of things, which is to their benefit. But am I going backwards? I don't know, we'll see. Like I said, though, I think like your GTAs will super exist forever. It's like major. I think people desire a huge happening moment type of thing, you know. I would imagine stuff like indies will just kind of keep trucking, and there'll be your big ones. And you see like articles about how people are playing old games more and more nowadays. I haven't read many of those, but are those numbers generally about like people are playing like Fortnite, which is technically old, or Minecraft, which is technically old? Thing is, like, I would bet, yeah, sure, in general, like the vast majority of gamers are playing games that released a long time ago, but those games still updates still exist. Like that is what like popular live service is. It's something with a base that like keeps iterating and like adding on, and it becomes like a platform almost for people. I've always thought those articles were like, I wonder, I have not read many, but you see them fucking everywhere. I'm like, I should probably just read one at some point. Those are founded on like obvious like goofy shit, or because it's not like, you know, oh, everybody's playing Suikoden 2 or something. Like, obviously not, right? No, that's not what's going on at all. Like, nobody's playing, like, not everybody's playing old games like that, but I don't know. I mean, maybe there is a growing, because of the amount of games that exist, how available they are and stuff like Steam, the prices, any kind of growing economic iffiness time period. It's like, you know, maybe more people are playing older stuff, or growing a disillusion more with like mainstream releases, but I don't know. Still missing coins, man. I'm taking this real slow right now. We missed some coins, I don't really see them. Hard to believe there's like 3 coins I've missed, but... maybe. Spike wall. This is kind of a boss, I guess. Gun wall. Auto scrolly. The giant foreground chain. It's not actually an auto scroll. You can keep moving quicker if you want. I thought I bounced there. Because you kind of just have like this ghost stab on the ground. It's still, even at this point, kind of hard to like figure out exactly where that's gonna hit. Cool. Just kind of froze for a bit there. Alright, let me go. Jesus, dude. Can't even just do a basic jump. We gotta do like the smack. The difference between like a full jump with the smack is insane compared to just doing like a quick smack or something. You gotta like hold the jump for a while and then like hold the smack for a bit. And it's kind of like a process there. And you build momentum, so it's like you just kind of want to keep smacking. But it's really hard to actually build that momentum. And if you don't have it, you're like fucking dead in the water, I feel like. And some of these you can barely make like a normal jump. Could only make that if I did like a huge jump with the fucking twist. I wish the camera would be a little more zoomed out again. You're gonna have to be ready for some of these jumps like pretty fucking early. Sometimes I'm just already in the wrong setup for a lot of them. I thought I made it, but the chain was blocking my view. Maybe ease off the gigantic foreground elements, but exactly where I'm supposed to be landing a jump. Any coins? You get moving, but the camera just doesn't scroll quick enough for you to really enjoy it. Like I've got like a fucking Sonic camera going on here. If you can start going really fast. It's like you can see it, but I mean you're already like halfway into like a pogo game's already coming out. I'm sliding on the wall, Jesus Christ. I'm like trying to get off of it, but if you do a full jump, you fucking like fly off of it. Just try pressing down, I don't think it worked. Checkpoint from hell. Oops, wrong button. The game I was thinking of where I dashed on bumper. Probably quite a few, honestly. Can't shoot diagonally. If you're off cycle there, there's no saving it. That's the next coin. The big break between coins. Yeah, what are some other indies, going back to the other conversation, from like the big boom, indie boom era, like XBLA, early like kind of Steam indie shit that have just been forgotten, that were big then but forgotten now? I said VVV or whatever. You don't see like conversation about it. It has like very little relevancy anymore. Like maybe some people are inspired by it still, but like you just don't see it talked about in that fashion. I think of some other ones. I feel like Fez was probably one. Was World of Goo ever really one? That was like one of those few on like the Wii that like people played because there just wasn't like a whole lot of WiiWare shit. But I don't think World of Goo ever. I think it only really had relevancy as a like a Wii indie exclusive that was like kind of cool, more than it really was like a big hit. Yeah, Super Meat Boy still kind of gets talked about, and it still has games coming out. It had that shitty auto platform, and now it's got a 3D one coming. I feel like you don't see people talk about it as like people actually play it, but it still has some relevancy, more than like VVV does. It's hardly forgotten, but it's definitely not like, it's no Terraria or Minecraft. Yeah, Castle Crashers is a good one, although it just had an HD re-release thing or something, or DLC, but I mean, yeah, I think that's a good one. I wouldn't say Alien Hominid ever was big enough, but yeah, Castle Crashers for sure. I think you'd see people talk about that nostalgically, but I don't think it has any relevance. Bit Trip. Yeah, Bit Trip Runner. I don't know if that got as big as like some of them, but they were definitely around, and I have like very little anything now. Jesus. That's a long bit, man. This feels like the final bit of the game. Machinarium, maybe. Yeah. Probably. Point and click still very much survive in their group, and I feel like they've always just been burning at almost the same rate. That's probably not exactly accurate, but like Wajidai is still around. People still make like indie ones. I mean, I think what was it? That game that just came out, sequel to a 10-year-old. I just put it on my list. Like you still get some, right? Coming out here and there. But I feel like their games, specifically that devs, like you don't see quite as mentioned. What is the name? It was like Kate something. I don't know. It was like her name, and it's just like a spiritual detective. Kathy Rain, too, Soothsayer. Yeah, like I played the first Kathy Rain a few years ago, but like it's been like a decade, right? Like you're getting sequels for games that came out like a decade ago that are still trucking, right? In the adventure game world. But Machinarium, like, yeah, that one was kind of a big like artsy kind of feeling indie at the time, right? 2009, man, on Machinarium. I like Machinarium pretty well, but Amanita design, yeah, I mean, why is there an asterisk next to that? Why was there off-topic review activity for fucking Machinarium, man? What the fuck? Yeah, I would say probably Machinarium is one. You don't see people talk about it much at all anymore because there is so many point and clicks, and Machinarium can get a little obtuse. The thing is, at the time, it was super artsy. Like, it still looks really good. It's really interesting, but like, there are a lot of artsy, like, you know, even regardless of gameplay, visuals first stuff these days. So I feel like the novelty of Machinarium's kind of disappeared in that sense. Amanita design still exists, and they still make games. So in a way, they're still relevant because of Machinarium, but well, their last game was Happy Game in 2021. I don't know what they've been up to for the last 3 or 4 years. Oh, N Plus is a good one. Yeah, I don't think people give a fuck. I mean, N Plus was never one I cared too much about, but like I played it, right? That's another one that I think is because of like, kind of like I said, like Dust Force, like there's just so many 2D platformers, and like it was cool to do like a 2D platformer then because there wasn't so many for a while, but now with indies going for so long, I feel like stuff like N+, the visual style's not that novel anymore, and just like a tough-ish, like, platformer's not that interesting on its own. Oh, really? God, back when everybody had all their crossover characters. Now it's like, even the era of Shovel Knight being in everything's probably gone. I was like, Super Essence play characters. Oh, okay, yeah. I never heard of Knit. And I don't want to just say because I don't know what that means it's not the case, but might be even more. Oh wait, Knit Underground. How many Knit games are there, bro? The Knit series. Oh, this was 2013. I don't know Knit. Yeah, maybe that's one. Would you say Limbo? I don't think Limbo's as forgotten as VVV. I bring up Limbo a lot, but like, is Limbo like Inside still talked about a lot because it's just really good, and obviously Limbo's relevancy has waned quite a bit. Its effect on like cinematic indie platformers, I feel like, is still there, but like, do people really play Limbo still? And like, do you see it pop up in conversations? I feel like a little bit. I don't think it's quite VVV tier, but I do think like Limbo's kind of in that zone. I think Limbo has a lot more influence than it has still relevancy. Yeah, what's up, the Royalists? We're talking about maybe you've got some, but so back in the XBLA, Summer of Arcade days, the big indie boom on Steam and all that stuff, you had games like VVV that are totally forgotten now, right? Pretty much nobody talks about them, nobody plays them. You know them if you're like really into the scene maybe, but like they have very little staying power compared to stuff like a Minecraft or like a Terraria or Dwayne the Rock Johnson. I see you come in and I just think of Dwayne the Rock Johnson. What can I say? Diminished, dwindled. I'm combining multiple things at once. Dwayne. You've been Dwayne. But yeah, Castle Crashers I think would be a good one. Yeah, Bit Trip probably. I think Braid at this point is that way. I think his developer Braid, I'm Braid guy, John Braid. I think like stuff like The Witness is obviously super relevant still, but like going farther back into his stuff like Braid, nobody's playing Braid anymore. I think you still see talk about it because of the developer, so in a way it's still kind of relevant, but like, is Braid, you see anybody like shooting the shit about Braid? Except maybe to dunk on like pretentiousness or something. It did, right? That's why it kind of came out. It's a new word. Point it. It was a combination of like 4 words at once. And it sounded right. Anyways. Yeah, Spelunky still exists in the world, yeah. Especially with the second one and stuff like UFO 50 kind of coming out. I think its reach and influence is big enough and it's still holding up enough. You still see people play it. More so than like a VVV or like a Faz or something. Yeah, we brought up Faz as one. That's pretty much like a forgotten older one. We're talking like forgotten, but we're big at the time, right? Like, what are some from like that realm? XBLA, Summer of Arcade, Steam's early boom for indies. VVV feels like the fucking quintessential, like the textbook answer. Maybe it's because I was into like watching streams at the time even. But that was like so many variety streamers would be playing that. Like his music was everywhere. And it was like really cool and different. And then it's like nobody talks about VVV at all. Nobody plays it really. I think the only reason you even see Fez talked about is because of Fish. I mean, maybe that's part of the reason why. It's like nobody talks about the game part, but it doesn't necessarily matter why, it just is it, right? Like, I mean, sometimes it's just because that novelty of like indie game just didn't survive, right? Like VVV is not that unique anymore. And sometimes it's just because it's old enough that things have just kind of either no sequel or it's just like the style of game is just kind of not as popular anymore. Like, I mean, platformers in general, right? I mean, what's a huge 2D platformer in the last fucking 10 years? Like Celeste? There's like, in the last 2 decades, like 3 or 4 fucking AAA platformers. Yeah, Mario, other than Mario, it's like, that's pretty much fucking it, right? Asplowbot's a 3D platformer. Those still have some life, kind of, in them. I'm just saying that, like, VVV is not helped by 2D platformers being, like, completely, like, not dead. Obviously there's a shitload of indie 2D platformers, but like as a giga popular thing, especially mainstream, like it is not the, like when the big indie boom started happening again, people had an appetite for like 2D platformers coming back. I think now because there's so many, people don't find the novelty as much in it. I mean, they're still good, they're still interesting, but it's just like any other genre, right? And I don't think that's helped VVV's relevancy. Is kind of what I mean. But I'm not trying to necessarily find like, we're just shooting shit, right? It's not like some fucking scientific study. Try to find the cause, but like what are some games that were big at the time and are pretty much like forgotten now, right? Like there's your stuff like Minecraft that was big at the time and is still massive, but stuff like VVV is pretty much like, I think there's just different degrees, of course. Like FTL isn't like super remembered, but it's remembered more than VVV by a long shot, and less than like Isaac, right? Isaac's probably one of your still most of that era, kind of like remembered type of things. Talked about, relevant, still played. This is the big one, I feel like. Like I don't see anybody touching VVV. But then again, maybe it's just some confirmation bias because I don't. Maybe I don't watch the right people. Yeah, Meat Boy, that's what I said. Is Meat Boy still has like a level of relevancy. Not because I think people play Meat Boy 1 that much, but like they still use the IP for other games. Like Meat Boy Forever is supposed to be a fucking horrible auto runner. But like, for some reason, the IP still trucks on, despite everything. And they're trying a 3D platformer with it. I don't know if that'll be successful, because I do think Meat Boy's... I don't think Meat Boy was ever an interesting character IP in the first place. I think Meat Boy is just an example of a very, very well put together, very clean, good feeling, difficult ass platformer, and in a time where I don't think platformers were doing that style yet. Short chunks, instant restarts, small levels, super hard, right? That's pretty popular now. I feel like Meat Boy kind of trendsets that a little bit compared to like full stage resets and set checkpoints and stuff like that. So I think there's influence from Meat Boy. I mean, even stuff like Celeste is obviously like pulling from that style. Every room's a checkpoint. all the little side shit, like. But I don't think Meat Boy itself is like. I don't think it's as forgotten as VVV. People, you could say Meat Boy to maybe like kind of somebody sort of knows indies and like probably still maybe get something out of it, but VVV, yeah. Maybe not. Not that I'm saying it's not a good answer, but I think it like some really. I should go back and check my finished pile and like look for the really old stuff. Not really. Metroidvanias are like massive, right? Metroidvanias, I feel like that's partially why 2D platformers have less like love and desire, you know, these days compared to how they used to be because of the rise of Metroidvanias. We talked about that actually a little while ago. You can still get AAA Metroidvanias, right? Prince of Persia, Metroid Dread, stuff like that. Like those still exist. You know, there's still big budget. Like Hollow Knight's probably got a pretty big budget, right? There's still like big things in Metroidvanias. They still exist and are, yeah, a lot of people get hyped for some of those, right? Like they're kind of mainstream, especially with some of your Souls-like type of communities, because there's a lot of, you know, what's the closest thing to a fucking 2D Souls-like? It's a fucking like slow Metroidvania, so it's like those still have a lot of relevancy and some budget put behind them. I mean, obviously not compared to like open world or something, but yeah, that's a good one. I mean, that is the original, well, not the original. The original cinematic platformer was, God, what was it called? It was on the fucking Atari. When I say cinematic platformer, I mean a game like a slower platformer with like fully like either rotoscoped or like super animated, like more meticulous kind of like animations, and it's more methodical and stuff. Like that's kind of what like the Limbo likes are these days, is like kind of bringing back the old Prince of Persia style like cinematic platformers. Like your fucking Planet of Lana's, right? Just not as hard, right? I mean, the original Prince of Persia was like fuck crazy, right? A lot of your old Disney stuff is that way. Like the visuals are like a big part of it, not just like the crispiness. I would say, yeah, the original Prince of Persia is pretty. Nobody really thinks about it. I mean, that goes for. Let's be real, the original Rayman too, but. Original Prince of Persia was that like a DOS thing? What was that even on? I mean, the platform probably didn't help. It's probably really fucking difficult, so nobody thinks too. I mean, that probably didn't help. Relevancy still. I mean, the original Prince of Persia is probably like, I would imagine the most influential cinematic platformer, even if it didn't like start it. But like, just because of how old it is. But yeah, I don't think you don't see people playing it outside like. I mean, obviously your retro circles, but. I mean, I haven't played it. They've kind of just been consumed into Vanias. Yeah, I think so. Is a big part of it. Is you can have really smooth like platforming and put it in Metroidvania. There is something to be said about having a focused platformer, though. I mean, that's why I decided to play this right now as like a quick break, because you know there is a focus on movement and platforming challenge, and just like with any genre, sometimes there's just like a hyper focus that's nice, but so many 2D platformers. And like I said, I think there was like an appetite for it back in the boom, because 2D platformers were kind of like, I mean, when did 2D platformers kind of die? When 3D platformers became a thing? Probably. I mean, you get some stuff kind of like Soten, kind of Mischief Makers, kind of, and even that, I mean, even Soten and stuff is kind of fucking weird. I mean, on handheld, there's still 2D platformers, right? Like here and there. But even then, it's like not like it used to be. I think it comes back when indies start coming back. But then it's like you get too many at that point again, and they still come out nonstop. I mean, this game exists, right? But I just don't think, yeah, they're as remembered. The old ones are in the early indie boom, because I think the novelty of them existing at all was a big part of why people cared about them then, and now there's just so many that it's just kind of another genre where you could still point to Isaac and it still has like some novelty, or its influence is like even more like heavy duty, right? Like when you think about like 2D platformer influence, a lot of people are probably going to point to like the Giga Classics, like on the SNES or something. Even though I feel like stuff like Meat Boy is probably almost more influential to indie platforming. I don't think people just generally put that like indie boom link to stuff. Nowadays, I feel like stuff like Meat Boy probably wouldn't even get mentioned. It'd just be Celeste or something. Your people have like a 6-year fucking memory or whatever. Well, I mean, usually it's not as laser focused, right? I mean, there's action, you know, which, I mean, action platformers have always existed, like Mega Man, right? Yeah, the ability to go backwards instead of having like a curated linear challenge, like, you know, menus and RPG systems, and I mean, you get upgrades in 2D platformers too. I think it's more about laser focus of platforming, but I don't think, and I agree with you to a certain extent, I don't think the difference is like so wild that like you could argue that Metroidvanias have not cannibalized the interest of 2D platformers a little bit, right? And that's part of what makes Metroidvania so cool, is like they do kind of accumulate all sorts of shit and can do like focus on like, some Metroidvanias are like really platformer heavy, like Ori, and then some are like all combat, like a Guacamelee type of thing, right? And or Blasphemous, and some are about RPG shit, like fucking Salt Sanctuaries and all that. And so it's like, it's a cool genre because of that. I think if you just want to get an itch of platforming, they itch it. I think if you've got a deep itch, they probably aren't enough. But I don't know if there is a deep enough itch these days compared to back in the day, right? I mean, sometimes you just got to put your hands on a 2D platform, like, oh yeah, this is different, right? Like, I put my hands on this. It's not a godly 2D platformer, but it's neat enough. I play some Tropical Freeze. I'm like, okay, man, it's different. like, like there is a desire for like a focused kind of like linear thing like that. But I just don't think in the grand scheme of things, people care about that as much. I mean, one, the challenge, right? I mean, you get a lot of optional challenge, I guess, in a 2D platformer, but generally not as much as like some Metroidvanias. Some people maybe don't like that and like the mainstream, or maybe the variety, or I don't know. It's just... Yeah. I mean, that's a thing too, though, is like, I mean, it's just a genre. It's just the way we label stuff. I mean, there's all sorts of games that like hybrid all sorts of shit. I mean, there's 2D platformers you'd call 2D platformers that probably have RPG elements and stuff in it, but they're not like Metroidvania. It's all over the place. I'm not saying it's not worth talking about, but there is a difficulty of like labeling as well, but yeah. I don't know. I mean, I'd always be down to have like really cool 2D platformers. I think there's plenty of room to do really cool shit there. And sometimes it's just fun to just play like a smooth one, but yeah, there's a reason I don't imagine a 2D platformer is ever going to overtake Metroidvanias as the more popular genre ever again. And I don't think they have. I think Metroidvanias have been more popular than 2D platformers since probably the PS1, right? Since Zoden. It's like the handhelds with some Metroids and stuff. Yeah, Pizza Tower was great. Like, there are really good ones that still come out that scratch a certain itch or do a certain thing that you just can't do with the Metroidvania, but I think there's just more mass appeal to Metroidvanias, right? I mean, that's fine. Obviously. I mean, RTS is never going to be bigger than open world ever again. I mean, that'd be crazy. We'd really have to have crashed and recreated video games for that, right? There was a point where RTS was bigger than open world games, but open world games didn't really exist in the sense they do nowadays, and RTSs were big, so pretty much once those started getting bigger, I mean, I'm not saying they killed the RTS at all. I think stuff like League and, you know, more mixing in of like casual audiences and the fragmenting of like RTS into like 4X and like stuff like Total War and Grand Strategy and hero stuff like League probably killed it more than anything. And then probably just a fatigue. There's so many RTS back in the day. Gaming becoming less inherently of like a sweaty hobby and just that being part of gaming. I mean, RTS is very heavy duty to get into competitively. And I mean, it's pretty... Warcraft 2 is a pretty expensive, still the most expensive, I'd imagine, RTS to exist. RTS still exists in indie, but for this reason I just don't think you see it in like AAA either. I don't know why I'm bringing up RTS again. I think RTS is like the classic like genre that was big that's dead now, but it's not really dead. It's just not like it used to be, right? And let's be real, gaming has gotten way bigger since the RTS age anyways, so big for back then was probably still not that big compared to now. Like the magnitude is fucking like changed in an insane level. I mean, if we want to talk like, you know, like the percentage of gamers, like, I don't know, maybe a different case, but the last two. Okay. Three things. Okay. Yeah, and I'm not saying 2D platformers are dead. I'm not saying there's not godly 2D platformers. I'm not saying you should make a 2D platformer. They just kind of started with why is VVV a forgotten 2D platformer with a twist from the big indie boom. And I think it's partially is probably 2D platformer genre in general is part of it. Obviously just time and inherent quality probably matters too, but I mean VVV was a good game. Didn't change my life kind of game, but I mean it was a good game. You guys think Hotline Miami is on there? I don't think so. I think if anything, Hotline Miami and its effect on like the music of the time is, and how that's still relevant, and people still, I think, do talk about Hotline Miami because it's just so stylish. Even on like some movies like Drive and stuff, like I think there's like an influence in so many other mediums, even if it's not huge, but in some games that it's hard to not think Hotline Miami is still not relevant. I would imagine there are still people playing it for the first time. It's not like a Souls thing where people still play Souls for the first time more commonly, but I don't think Hotline Miami is quite there. I mean, I do think Hotline Miami is more forgotten than some stuff, but I mean, that goes for anything, right? I would say not much more than anything else. I don't think Hotline Miami invented synthwave, but I do think it made it very fucking popular. That's kind of like cascaded out. Don't a lot of those, some of those artists like point to like the inclusion in some of those games as like really big moments? Yeah. Hotline Miami, this Persona created jazz and all that. Yeah. Yeah, I got your next favorite 2D platformer, Yoku's Island Express. I think I'm playing another one soon. It might even be in the mail right now, Sanabi. I think that's another 2D action platformer. But I'm gonna finish Citizen Sleeper first. And then we might do, if I got time this weekend, Liza P DLC. Right now! Oh, I'm not there. Was that the final boss? It kind of felt like a last thing, but I mean, maybe not. I don't know. Getting all of the coins. I got like a different music. I mean, you know, that's cool, but I like that got home about it. Let's see what else we got and then wrap it up here. Oh, not even enough. Jesus, there's so much synthwave shit in fucking video games these days. So, now, what do you guys think about the effects of indies on video game soundtracks? Can I leave, please? Hello? What? Why do I have to like wait to leave? I think it's been great. I think AAA, in the sense that we've seen it from the 360 era, has been a degradation of video game music quality, or at least memorability. I think the pursuit of like cinematic, big budget soundtracks, focusing more on background music and like fitting it into that kind of Hollywood style, while not 100% what they all do, and I'm not even saying it's orchestral, that's the root of it either, because there's stuff like your FromSofts that do really good, you know, string stuff, and there are some AAAs that will mix it up and have all sorts of shit, but on average, I think the 360 and beyond, the big AAA budget era, has not been great for video game music in the biggest of budget games like it used to be. But I think indies have picked up the torch pretty hard. Granted, I mean, a lot of soundtracks are probably just, you know, just straight up licensed, but I mean, that's how it was back then, so that's fine. I mean, as long as there's like a cool idea about wanting the music to be like a thing, a big thing, and having it be like exciting and unique or just special in some fucking way, right? Instead of just like non-existent. So there's counterexamples. I just think as like a whole, like, especially a lot of Western AAA shit, been a fucking blight for video game music. Yahoo! Goodbye, violin bub. For some reason. Not sure why the violin bub's gone. Frankly, I don't know what the fuck's going on in the story because there's really not much. It's the four musical people need to get back together to save the world somehow because them not being there and making music is a big deal. But yeah, I mean it's pretty much about the gameplay. It was cool. I think it was decent. I think, you know, if you're just looking for like kind of a, you know, decently challenging but not like ball busting kind of platformer, it's a nice short. I mean, all that talking is hard to kind of get a grip on it, but probably 5-hour game. This stream was 4.5, and I started on the 3rd level out of 4, so. Did 2 hours last night. Did a lot of side stuff. Not all, but most. I would say the majority of side stuff. By a good bit. Yeah, it was cool. I mean, there's some roughness. I think there's some glitches. There's some movement. There's some stuff that feels like it could be a little smoother. How you stick to stuff. How the momentum sometimes works. The cameras just scroll sometimes, or how much zoom you get. Maybe just even some of the level design. It's not a lot of room for too much freestyling, and since you don't have to dedicate like it's a methodical kind of platformer, but like there is enough, like, you know, you're needing to hold down like the spin button just a little bit, you know, needing to stick to stuff, you know, certain amounts of air control that when the camera does go weird or when the level design isn't quite there, like it's hard to kind of like make up and freestyle for some stuff, and that's fine. I like a very just set linear, like this is how you do it. There's a little bit of speed kind of stuff you can do to get around it is fine with the right level design. I mean, that there's some of my favorites, like, you know, like Donkey Kong Country and all that, or that's kind of, I mean, yeah, there's little things you can kind of do, but you know, you're mostly kind of you do what they want. It feels good because it's good level design. So I think it's for the most part cool. I don't think any of it was like a deal breaker. I think within the mechanics they try to put a lot of variety of the level stuff there. I think in terms of just like things that put like a wrench in the gears, just really mix it up, you know. It's not too often, you know, like set pieces or just like special moments that are unique to that. It's usually playing with the kit and just kind of making levels based on that. And I think some of the visuals and stuff can get a little samey. You know, it's a lot of like wood backgrounds of instruments and pipes and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, that's the style. I think it looks good when you're looking at it, you know, closely. I think when you're probably, I take a couple days, I'll probably not remember the difference in a lot of areas. It doesn't have like that kind of memorability just per zone. But, you know, each area is themed after a different instrument, and I think that's cool, and it comes through for sure. There isn't like a lack of detail. There's a lot of like little guys walking around in the back and doing stuff. How it all comes together, what it all actually means for the world, fuck if I know, but, you know. That's kind of what it is. I feel like the story, even the music and the visuals are all kind of just like set dressing, more than they really feel like a huge part of it. Especially for a game called Symphonia. Now, there are big moments where they just let you focus on the music and stuff, but, you know, there is no, like, music, you know, woven into the gameplay or anything. That's fine. It is, like I said, kind of just like, I mean, I said in the interview, the gameplay came first, and that's kind of how it feels, so. It was cool on that front still. But not like God mode. But the gameplay itself, I don't know, it feels a little different than just like a generic 2D platformer, but I don't think it's like a wildly different feeling. Like using the bow to like attach to stuff. Like attaching and like launching yourself is cool for sure. That's probably the most different feeling thing. But that feeling of momentum and like any kind of physics it's not really there. But I don't know, overall I thought it was fun. It was cool. I think if you're just in the mood for a 2D platformer, it's a bit of a challenge, why not? I think it's totally fine for it. I think for a first project, it's pretty cool. I mean, obviously they like, I guess, dolled it up after the original releases, but which is cool. Hopefully it worked well for them. I think this aesthetic with this gameplay is an interesting mix. I like it, but I wonder. I mean, I guess that's why I ended up playing it. It was kind of I was interested in how that would all kind of blend, but cool on them for doing more of like a challenge-ish kind of 2D platform instead of kind of like a. You can tell the gameplay was the focus, because I would almost expect something with this look and the music and stuff to be more of like a cinematic platformer, right? Like kind of like a really weak gameplay. The gameplay is like an afterthought. So. I don't know, it was cool. Like I didn't get really into the movement. I never felt like I was just like, damn, this just feels really good. But I think the fun of the levels was solid enough. I think what was there was clean enough that even if you don't have like a bunch of crazy kind of like little set pieces or mix-ups or really reinventions of what's going on that often, it was still a fun time. I think if it was like twice the length and nothing really changed, I'd probably have a problem, but for what it was cool. I mean, they do add new abilities. The little dash is cute. The grapples is cute. They don't feel like godly, but they feel good enough. I feel like it's really hard to get like an unholy, godly feeling like 2D platform. There's just so many, right? So yeah, that's why I'm not really. It's not really like a big slight against it. Like it feels good. It feels fine. There are some pure shit 2D platformers these days, so I think rising above most of those is pretty slick. So hopefully it does well. Hopefully they make more stuff. The act throw and grab abilities from the gameplay settings. The unlocks were kind of there's a lot of modes in this and like extras, I guess. Like you can put on the timer, you can turn on double jump, slow mo, speed up, and a lot of that is like what the collectibles are. I don't know how crazy hard some of that is to kind of throw in. It's cool, it's there. Would it be more interesting if it was like actually affected the game in some kind of way? Maybe, but when you're doing like a tight focused platformer, it's hard to really have probably like just throw a triple jump in there because you unlocked it. I mean, that's gonna completely change everything. So something with a little bit more like free balling, like a like Mario Wonder or something, right? Like where it's not quite as tight, you can kind of afford to have more of that shit. I think 3D platformers are where that kind of skill expression shit kind of shines because there is a lot more just kind of like routing and pathing you got to think about. So more room to kind of do that. I get that they don't have too much of a mix up there. I think there's enough to chew on for a 5-hour game. Though. Anyways, that's about it. It was a cool little game. What was my final tally here? We got all the gold coins. I got most, probably like, I'd imagine 3/4 of the slime. Half, a little bit more than half of the droplets, but you have to go back through the levels to get those with later kits, so it's like, not so much. She does. I only got one letter, but I mean, I don't even know if I could have gotten more up to that point. I don't have a desire to 100% it. Oh yes, the classic menu, fucking where the more defined, stronger, bolder color, like the pure black, is not the choice. It's the lighter, more grayed out, harder to see one. That's the actual choice. I guess it's because it's different than the text above it. You're supposed to assume that's the case. I always feel like that's the opposite, but whatever. I mean, it makes sense depending on your state of mind, I guess. Any user, I'm gonna take a break, maybe have a little bite, and then we'll come back and do more Citizen Sleeper 2 if Sam is still around. But yeah. I guess if you're interested in continuing the platform we're talking about, I'm always down, but we'll probably be doing Tsunabi soon. Probably like soon. Other than Liza P, that'll probably be the next thing. After Citizen Sleeper, which is this. Seems pretty good. Stylish dystopian action platformer.